Good morning. I'd like to bring our meeting to order Saturday, February the 18th, 2023. It's our special school board meeting and deliberation and presentations presented by our superintendent finalist. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education and a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Ms. Richardson, would you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Burnett,
Here.
Mrs. Matheson,
Here.
Mrs. Smith,
Here.
Mrs. Hardy,
Here.
Miss Maradi,
Here.
Mr. Doran,
Here. And awake, I think.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. Public comment is limited to agenda items only. In order, the school board encourages anyone wishing to provide public testimony to email comments. School board no later than 4 p.m. on that day. A person testifying shall include their first name, their full name, spelling their last name, and their city of residence. Is there any public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed. So the interview for our position for a superintendent, our goal and objectives is organizational excellence, creates an environment that supports the strengths and needs of staff so that they can create a safe climate where students can thrive. The board will interview 3 top candidates for the position of superintendent. And at this point in time, we have Mr. Luke Monarch is going to be our first presenter. He will have 15 minutes for his presentation. Each board member will ask 2 questions. The answer time will be 3 minutes per question, and then you'll have 5 minutes for a closing comment. Okay. Okay, Mr. Monarch, go ahead. Your mic.
Test. Good? Good now? Okay, cool. Well, thank you. Thank you for the busy week. Thanks for your engagement and your work on the board. I'd also like to thank the community for coming out and engaging in community forums along with our business partners, law enforcement partners, university officials, and all the partners that came to our leadership event yesterday. Would definitely like to thank all of our school personnel who welcomed us at our visits throughout the week, and definitely a big shout out to our students who are tour guides at our schools. It's been a great week, and I look forward to sharing my 100-day plan with the board and answering questions. Should my presentation be up, or does that matter? I don't know. Okay.
It should be.
Great.
There you go.
One thing I wanted to start with is the vision and mission of the school district. It's important that the superintendent always keeps the vision and mission in mind as we're doing our daily work and fulfilling the board's mission and vision for the school district. I also thought it was important for the board and the community to see what drives me as a leader. So I listed some core beliefs and personal values, and I'd like to go through those now. So core beliefs: all students deserve a safe, supportive, and loving environment. Education is a great equalizer and levels the playing field for all children. Every child deserves high quality instruction and a supportive environment. Academic endeavors must be supported with wraparound services, and I think this is particularly important as we look at implementing the Alaska Reads Act, that we're not forgetting about all the wraparound services that need to come alongside that. Every staff member deserves to be needs to be supported and provided with tools necessary to do their job. I want staff members to come to work every day loving what they do and be passionate about what they do. I'm also a firm believer in extracurricular opportunities and connecting students to the greater school community through extracurricular opportunities, and I support and value those. My personal values, community, building a culture of we. I've heard a lot this week how there's a disjointed nature between the district office and schools, and that's something that's of utmost importance to me, to build the community, build back a community within the school district. I also have high expectations for everything that we do. Growth. Strive to get a little better every day, one little bit at a time. We have some enormous challenges, and we can't take those challenges on all at once, but little bit by little bit, we can go through them. Innovation. If you're looking for a leader that's going to keep status quo and is not willing to look at things differently and doing things differently, then I'm not the leader for you. I believe in innovation. I like to create different things, and I look forward to working with the community to do different things to improve the educational services we provide our children. Communication, focus on clear, consistent communication, specifically with the board, but also with all educators within the system and all stakeholders in the community. And lastly, respect. I model respect in everything that I do, and this is an important personal value for me. My entry plan consists of 3 phases: pre-entry, summer sprint, and launch. Each phase is subdivided by 3 themes of connect, support, and reflect. These 3 phases, I'll go into a very high-level overview, and then we'll get into more logistics of what those phases look like. So the first phase, pre-entry, March 1st through June 30th, 121 days until this next person takes over the superintendency position. That's starting March 1st. My pre-entry stage is unique to my candidacy, given my acting role within the school district. If selected, this critical phase will begin March 1st and help ensure momentum into the 23-24 school year. The phase will be characterized by active engagement, listening, learning, and setting the groundwork for summer projects. I will meet individually and in person with all principals, directors, executive directors, and board members to hear what excites them about our district, what things are working well, and what changes we need to focus on first. Regular visits to schools will allow me to continue to connect with students, staff, parents, and guardians to gather feedback and ensure necessary supports are in place and accessible. I will be engaged in the community through volunteer coaching opportunities, attending student performances and athletic events, attending Chamber of Commerce meetings, to connect with our business partners, and to attend other community events and festivals. The next stage, summer sprint, July 1st through August 16th. That's only 47 days before school starts and 32 work days. It's amazing to think about bringing in a new leader that has 32 days to get our system up and running before the first day of school. Summers are always a busy time in Alaska, and they fly by. This phase has 47 calendar days and only 32 work days before the start of school. Summers in the district office are consumed with significant projects and preparations for the coming year. Being fortunate enough to already live and work in Fairbanks will allow us to hit the ground running with improvement projects that will provide better supports for teachers, relieve unnecessary burdens for our staff, and improve the learning opportunities for our students. 3 projects I will lead this summer are the creation of an internal data dashboard for teachers to use within PowerSchool. Right now, staff are lacking access to critical data to make decisions or inform decisions. The kickoff of a year-long attendance campaign, and preparing the district to meet newly adopted Alaska READ Act's mandates. I will also actively connect with students, staff, parents, guardians, school board members, and community members to hear your thoughts and suggestions on how we can better serve the students of our district. The final phase, school year launch, August 17th through October 9th. That's approximately 53 days. Back to school, what an exciting time. Most educators, and myself included, gauge the yearly calendar on the start of school. The business world always starts January 1st, but I always look at the start of school, and that's my calendar year. The phase is focused on starting the school year strong and connecting with stakeholders throughout the district and community. The community comes alive during the start of school. Regular meetings with school board members, union presidents, and teacher advisory committees begin. I will assist in bringing a resolution to union negotiations if they haven't happened already, and reestablish a positive working relationship with our unions. District office staff will be assisting in classrooms and schools on a monthly basis to build better connections between schools and the district office. My team will analyze the start of the school year data, including enrollment, attendance, and initial screener assessment data, and provide that information to the school board on a regular basis. So getting into more of the logistics of the day-to-day, I do want to preface these logistics that this is a snapshot in time. As I have more and better conversations with stakeholders, as I learn more of the priorities of the board, of course, these things will ebb and flow. One-on-one, so this pre-entry stage, again, 121 days in the connect phase, one-on-one meetings with all board members, principals, executive directors, and directors to have conversations on where they see our school district currently sitting. Visit elementary schools and meet with teachers and support staff. I've spent a lot of time in secondary schools in my career here and look forward to spending more time in elementary schools. Meet with parents and guardians at school and community events, meet with high school student councils and regional student councils, attend borough assembly meetings, attend school board committee meetings, and attend Chamber of Commerce meetings. In the support theme, continue hosting the Core Academy for first and second year principals. That's something that Kate LaPlante and I currently do to provide extra support for our new principals and to create a network or a cohort for those principals so they're in a supportive environment. Plan and organize major summer projects, assist with the recruitment of staff members, especially hard to fill positions. We know special education is a special point of emphasis, and so really doing things creative to do everything that we can to recruit new special education teachers, and then obviously look at retaining the amazing special education staff that we have. Participate in transitional duties as directed by the superintendent and/or school board, and then under reflect, review stakeholder feedback from one-on-one meetings, start to put that qualitative data together, continue to gather information from DEED on the Alaska Reads Act. I think there's still a lot of unknowns, and so I really want to clarify what information we do know and be able to hit the ground running July 1st with that, and then review district-wide academic and school climate data. The summer sprint, 47 days, 32 work days, connect. Host executive director retreat and set vision for removing barriers to district office supports. I would recommend a superintendent school board, maybe one-day retreat in the summer to clarify priorities and evaluation metrics. I would attend summer community events and festivals, meet with our FMD team and walk through our district facilities. That's something I consistently hear through our schools. And I'd like to hear what the priorities are from FMD and see that for myself as we go through schools, especially elementary schools, because I'm not in those as frequently. Visit summer school programs and connect with students and staff. We have amazing things happening throughout the summer, so I want to be involved in those. Attend back to school professional development alongside teachers, principals, and support staff. They need to see their superintendent willing to roll up their sleeves and have the professional learning opportunities that they're taking advantage of as well. Highlight summer programs and back to school preparations with all stakeholders. Under the support theme, launch internal data dashboards to make data more accessible. Kick off attendance improvement campaign. One of the things we've seen coming out of the COVID pandemic is our attendance is lagging, and I really want to put a communications campaign around attendance and make that a priority for the next school year. Build individual reading plans, something that's going to be mandated out of the Alaska Reads Act. There's a fair amount of logistics behind the scenes and preparing those individual reading plans and making sure that we have a great plan in place to be able to handle that come fall. Redesign staff mentorship programs, both FEA and offering potentially a new mentorship program with ESSA. Meet with district safety and local law enforcement agencies in preparation for updated school safety plans. That's something that we did last year. And I think that work was recognized in the incident that happened at Lathrop this year. I was just talking to Lieutenant Roberts yesterday, and he's like, it was so important that we had that meeting in the summer and that we clarified how we would react to a certain, a situation. And so we'll continue to do that in the summertime and meet with our local law enforcement agencies on a quarterly basis. Establish a protocol for the frequency of data reviews with the leadership team, be brought up to speed on negotiations, and establish expectations for our executive teams to provide relentless support for our schools. Reflect staff recruitment and retention strategies. We need to get better at recruiting. examine special education programs, staffing needs, and professional development, get up to speed on all the challenges there and put action plans in place to address those challenges. Explore possibilities for de-implementation, meaning what can we take off people's plates that aren't making an impact on student achievement. Investigate current norms for communication with all stakeholders, examine protocols in sports and mental health, social emotional learning, food and housing insecurity, and discipline. Research new ways to recognize and celebrate student, staff, school, and department achievements that can't get lost in all the challenges that we have. We need to continue to recognize and celebrate the amazing things that are happening in our schools every day. Review transportation services for the coming year. I really hope those improve. We've lost some flexibility in the district, and particularly some of our transfers to Hutch that I know that are affecting that school, and so I want to dig into that and see if there's anything more that can be done there. And then draft AR and policy revisions. Lastly, school launch, 53 days, host listening opportunities with stakeholders on a regular basis, reestablish positive relationships with union bargaining units, assist with bringing union negotiations to a quick resolution, if not completed already in the spring. Visit schools to engage with teachers, support staff and teachers. That's one of my favorite parts of the job, is being in schools, connecting with students and staff. Am I doing okay on time? 2 minutes? Okay. Connect with Fort Wainwright and Eielson commanders, connect with NAACP leadership, also connect with Tanana Chiefs Conference, FNA, and Joy On leaders. One of the things we talked about yesterday was providing some working groups to really dig into student achievement, particularly for our Alaska Native students and our African American students. Under support, provide professional learning opportunities for AK READS Act implementation, partner with FEA to streamline teacher evaluations, provide tailored professional learning opportunities for staff. Reflect, begin the process of analyzing initial feedback from the listening tours, analyze student enrollment, class sizes, attendance, and initial assessments, and review budget in connection with initial enrollments. One of the most critical relationships is the overall success of any school district is that between the superintendent and the board. I will partner with the board to outline our communications protocols, work diligently to keep the board informed of district operations, and calibrate our short-term and midterm priorities, and do everything in my power to support each and every board member with their priorities, and so that they're informed when making critical decisions for our school district. I'll end my presentation with, it is my belief that the superintendent and district office staff exist to serve our schools. We are charged to remove barriers and to provide relentless support for students, staff, and stakeholders. Decisions will be made through the lens of what is best for our students, and we will intentionally focus on building a culture of we. We are Fairbanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monarch. Okay, so we have 3 minutes for each question. And Ms. Justice, could we use the timer? Okay, thanks. And each board member will ask 2 questions and proceed. We'll start our first questioning with Ms. Marati.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are we doing it? We're not doing intros, right? Okay. Good morning. Thank you for that presentation. The first question is, how would you build a good working relationship between the board and superintendent?
Well, I love that my plan just segued very nicely into this question, and that this is a critical piece of the superintendent's role, obviously, is working with the board on a regular basis. And the first order of business would be establishing priorities. I look forward to meeting with each and every one of you to establish what your individual priorities are, and then working with the board to continue to clarify what our priorities are going forward. Some of that obviously will be shaken out in the budget process, because where we put our money, that shows where our priorities are. But as a board, and as hopefully your future superintendent, we'll work together to continue focusing in on those priorities together. We'll also set up regular meeting schedules. I'll make myself available as necessary to individual board members, but I would like to put something on the calendar, at least on a monthly basis, to have those regular conversations with each and every board member. Of course, that's at your individual discretion, and we could meet more frequently than that, but want you to know that I'm available to provide you with consistent and accurate information so that you can do the important work that you do. One of the things that I think we can continue to do better with, both as an executive team and as a superintendent, is keep you aware and informed of the operations of administration and give you detailed plans into specific things that the administration is currently working on. I would do that through weekly newsletters or weekly updates. Obviously would do that through our conversations that we have on a regular basis. And then I think it's also important to bring those to board meetings so that the community can hear what the superintendent and the administration are working on. I would also like the administration and the executive director team to be here available for school board meetings, at least through the superintendent's report, and then if they have an agenda item on the school board meeting, that they would be available for your questions and to provide you with extra information. Lastly, I would work on trust between the superintendent and the school board. I think it's vital that we trust each other and the work that we do, and we honor the specific roles that we have. We both have very important roles as school board members and the superintendent, and I would like to establish or continue establishing a trusting relationship with each of you.
Thank you. The next question is, please provide specific examples of how you have promoted educational programs utilizing your communication and public relations skills.
This is an excellent question, and one that my mind immediately jumps to COVID. I talked a little bit about that last night and the creativity that was needed during the pandemic and as we came out of the pandemic. Excellent communication skills in terms of like what our stakeholder groups were thinking as we were putting specific plans in place. Communication skills once plans or different logistics were adopted or okayed by the board, like how those would specifically carry out into schools, right? It's one thing to be doing it at administrative level, but to ensure consistency throughout the system, throughout schools, takes a lot of clear communication with our leaders and trust in our leaders to then clearly communicate that out to schools. I also made myself available for staff meetings as schools had questions about specific COVID protocols or why specific decisions were made. I visited schools frequently and had conversations with staff members on specific things that were happening. Another example of communication skills to promote an educational program, restorative practices at West Valley High School. I'm very proud of the work that we've done with FEA and the joint partnership in implementing restorative practices. Beth Sprankle is partially funded by the district and partially funded by FEA. In a very unique partnership. Not many districts have partnerships with their teachers union in terms of funding a position and working collaboratively on a specific project that both sides of the table feel very passionate about and strongly about. And that happened through clear and consistent communications with FEA. So Sandy and I both had the idea. We were juggling it around. She looked for grant opportunities. I was looking for potential FTE savings on our side so that we could put this project in place. And so that's something that I would like to continue forward with. We have a new educational specialist and policy discipline person coming on board. And I see that individual as a support for the work that we're doing with restorative practices. So we can come alongside the practices and the protocols that we're doing at the local school and help with the policy behind that so that it's consistently carried out, not only at West Valley, but hopefully throughout our school district.
Guess that's my turn. Good morning, Mr. Minor. Thank you for being here. Number 3 question that we have for you. What was one decision that you made in the last year or so that you would reverse or at least reconsider and modify?
That's a tough one. I will say I would reconsider the way that we staffed elementary e-learning this year. With that said, with the data and the information that we had at the time, I feel like we made a good decision in terms of staffing elementary e-learning program pretty robustly because of the interest in e-learning the year prior, right? We were in pretty unknown times in terms of the opportunities that we were providing our students and families, and I feel firmly about providing those flexible opportunities and options for families to take advantage of those and be offered by the school district. Come this fall, we did offer elementary e-learning full-time for students, and what we found is that it wasn't as popular as it was the year before. So many students returned back to their home attendance area of school, which is absolutely amazing. Some families transferred to our best homeschool program, and we were able to accommodate them through that, which is awesome. But then we still had some staff members attached to e-learning that we had budgeted for and had in place. Fortunately, through the 10-day count period, I guess fortunately or unfortunately, their services were needed elsewhere because of that migration back to our home attendance area schools. And so I do like that the district has in place the flexibility to be able to work with teachers and to see the need at specific schools and be able to have teachers transferred to those schools to help out the needs so that we don't have huge class sizes. And so thinking about one thing that I would do differently is looking at that elementary e-learning planning and the staffing there. I do think it's important to note as we go into the new school year, we've made those adjustments in terms of our recommendations for staffing of e-learning. We recognize that a lot of what we were doing with e-learning for elementary students can be done through BEST. And so any students and families that are currently in our elementary program, we'll work with them to transition to BEST, and it will be a seamless transition. They won't see any differences in the programming that they're receiving now, but they will be enrolled in our BEST homeschool if they wish to do that. If they wish to go back to one of our home attendance area schools or our charter schools, obviously we'll welcome there and provide an excellent education there.
Thank you. How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public, but educationally necessary? Please cite actual examples.
I think this is something that's happening quite a bit within the last 7 years of education with flat funding. We're having to make difficult decisions on a yearly basis that affect people, right? The budget isn't just numbers. The budget is people. These are lives that we're directly affecting with the decisions we're making, and they're very hard decisions. And so as the superintendent and as the executive team, I think it's very important to clearly communicate the decisions we're making, the intent behind the decisions, and then going forward, working with the staff on how to implement those changes. Some of the I guess, unpopular decisions we've had to work through recently, cuts to our activities coordinators positions at a few of our high schools have been very difficult on our schools. I'm not sure people quite realized the enormous job that our activities coordinators had and do, and what a busy schedule they have. And so having those conversations on the assistant principals picking up those duties, and maybe not at the same quality or level that our activities coordinators were providing before. And so having clear communications on resetting expectations a bit on the jobs that we're doing. And I think that's something that's going to be more common until the legislature figures out some more predictable funding for us, is that we can't continue to do the same things that we've always done with funding going down, right? We have to reframe the services and supports we're actually able to offer families and students so they understand our budget cycle. And in turn, they can see what limited funding does for the school district. As the superintendent, I think, I would like to put a 1, 3, 5-year budgetary plan together to showcase this is what we can actually do with the revenue that we anticipate. If we don't have this type of revenue, these are the types of services and supports that might go away from the education that we're able to offer our students. When parents and the community can clearly see that, it allows them to join the conversation and help us make those difficult decisions. It also gives them the information to advocate on different levels with real information on how that will impact their families and their children.
Thank you, Mr. Monarch. Your next question, how have you demonstrated support for diversity, equity, and inclusive issues?
This is something I'm proud of with my work with DEI within the school district. One way, and I think I've talked about this week, but I am proud of it, through North Star College. When we originally launched North Star College, the very first cohort of students was not a very diverse group of students. Many of them came from the same high school. There was not much diversity in terms of ethnicity or racial diversity. And so that's something we took a look at. I believe Ms. Sanderson actually might have pointed it out first and said, hey, we need to take a look at this. And I completely agreed. And so we did a lot of work the next year retooling the way that we reached out to specific families, specific students, the way we advertised at individual schools. From an equity perspective, that doesn't mean equal. So schools like Lathrop got more presentations than schools like West Valley. And I think that's necessary at times to reach the students that you want to reach. Because programs like North Star College, they might not have been on the minds of some students from Lathrop. North Star College isn't necessarily just for students that already think that they're college bound. North Star College is a place that students can dip their toes into the college experience and then figure out that they really can succeed in college. The other way that I'm very proud of with DEI is through our career and technical education program. So one of the indicators that the Perkins funding looks at is how you're meeting the needs of your subpopulations. And there's still work to be done there, but I do think that we're clawing back and doing intentional work in terms of ensuring we have a diverse student population within our career and technical education programs. One program that I would like to highlight is the Girls That Weld program at Hutch, taught by Pete Daly. Amazing program that he's put together that's actually getting national accolades. 3% of the welding workforce, only 3% of the welding workforce is women, which is crazy. I mean, you talk to Mr. Daly, he's like, the girls that we're bringing in, they weld better than the boys. I hope the boys aren't listening, but he's like, he's really excited about it. And so that's something that we've worked on, not just with welding, but all of our career and technical education programs. If you visit our summer academies during the summer, you'll see a very diverse group of students that are attending those. We're working hard, just like we did with North Star College, to ensure that all students from all schools understand the career pathways that we have available through our high schools.
Thank you. Next question. What is your view of high school boards? What is your view of the school board's role in the operation of the district?
Well, one of your most important roles is hiring your next superintendent. And so we're going through that process right now. The superintendent works directly for the school board. It's the actual only employee that the school board has. I think that's Something that the general community doesn't always understand. The school board has a lot of power, but the school board doesn't necessarily have the power to reach in and say, hey, Executive Director Beam, you're not doing this the way we like it, right? That communication should flow through the superintendent, and the superintendent's responsibility then is to manage the administration and the school. The other very major important role of the school board is budget. The administration brings forward a recommended budget. But at the end of the day, the budget and the budget responsibilities and the budget decisions, those very hard decisions, are the responsibility of the school board. Now, of course, the superintendent and administration are an active participant in that process. And I think that's where the trust and the relationships come into play in terms of the administration bringing recommendations to the school board that are fully vetted, that are researched, and that provide the school board with enough context to make those important decisions. And then at the end of the day, when budget decisions are made, when priorities are set by the school board, that the superintendent gets behind each and every one of those and champions those efforts and clearly communicates where we're at with the budget situation or with the budget decisions that have been made. And then the executive director team and the administrators throughout the district put those plans into action.
Thank you. Describe how you would prioritize equitable access to arts and music instruction, especially in times of tight budget situations.
This is a great question. And the question, excuse me, I'm going to take a drink real quick. I was joking with some of the board members yesterday that I think I've hit my quota of talking for the month, because in meetings I do a lot more listening than I do talking normally, and so my voice is going a little bit, excuse me. This is a great conversation I had after one of our, after the community forum last night with somebody that's very passionate about the arts. And something that I was able to share with that individual is that I also come from a perspective of loving the arts. I was in, which most people don't know, and it puts me on the spot because once they find out, they ask me to sing, but I was in multiple different choirs growing up, traveled with show choirs and jazz choirs. In my high school, was in a church choir that traveled the country. And so the arts is something that's very important to me, and that I had in my background and the opportunity in schools and in the community. And so what I think is really important is to have those open and honest conversations about what we want the arts to look like in our schools. Bring the experts into the room in terms of our fine arts teachers within our schools, and help us build the programs that would best serve our students from elementary to high school. You know, we've moved some things around within the last couple years, but I think the beauty of when you try something, you're going to, or you need to continually reflect on whether or not that decision was a good decision, or maybe not a great decision, or maybe it was okay, but there's some tweaks that we want to make. And so I really think that we might be in that stage right now. We've made some major decisions in terms of how we've structured our fine arts within our schools. And I'm completely open to the conversation if there's things that we want to tweak as a system, if there's things that we need to tweak through the budgetary process in terms of actively supporting the fine arts, then we can do that. But I do think it takes the superintendent and the executive team to bring folks together to have those conversations and to build sustainable models that we can carry on into the future. Obviously, we do have limited resources, and so there is that balancing act between priorities within our organization. And so reaching out to the community again to see what their priorities are, and then putting those plans in place at the district level.
Thank you. What do you know about our community and school district?
Again, a trick question. Where do I start? So as I've mentioned, I moved to Fairbanks 10 years ago for an opportunity at the Yukon-Koyukuk School District. I had met my wife down in Sandpoint, and we were ready to get on the road system. Those that have taught in Bush, Alaska, that's often a common term to get on the road system. And so when we were looking at options, Fairbanks was it. Like, I had been to Fairbanks a couple times. And I had just fallen in love with Fairbanks. I had fallen in love with the community. I had fallen in love with the different activities that meet my family's lifestyle. We love to be outdoors. We love to hike. We love to fish. We love to bike. And Fairbanks offers all of that. Once you get to the community, what really keeps you in the community and what makes you want to stay in the community is the people. You know, somebody asked me yesterday, what's the favorite thing that you like about Fairbanks? And I said, the people. That's my answer every single time. And they're like, okay, really? Like, you're applying for the superintendent. Of course you have to say that. Like, really, what is the thing that keeps you in Fairbanks? I'm like, no, it is the people. And it's the people that keep me in the school district. You know, I've had a variety of opportunities that I could have left the school district for other opportunities, but it's the people that I get to work with on a regular basis that are amazing educators in our system that keep me here. I get to work with amazing teachers. I get to work with amazing principals. And so that's what keeps me within the school district. What do I know about our school district? I know that we're facing probably unprecedented budgetary challenges that the district has never faced before. I know that despite those challenges, we continue to do amazing things throughout the school district every year. I know we're gearing up for an implementation of the Alaska Reads Act. We don't know exactly what that looks like yet, but I know that any challenge or mandate that comes our way, that we can meet those things. I know that the relationships between the administrative building and our schools could use some TLC. It could use some relationship building, and that's something that I feel like I have strengths in. It's something that is in my daily work in terms of bringing people together, building strong teams, building relationships. And so that's something that I would focus on. I also know we're in the middle of some very contentious negotiations, and that affects the way that people feel about coming to work. And so I would like to dig into that and see where are areas that we can agree on to move these negotiations forward so that we can get past that and work together to educate the children of our community.
Hi. What are the methods you will use to keep yourself and this board current on important matters?
Oh, sorry, it was cut off on my sheet. I was trying to look for where we were. The methods I will use, I've already explained a few of them, so I do think regular conversations between each and every one of us are critical. Of course, you can have email correspondence or phone correspondence, but getting in the room with somebody is important. And so I would extend that opportunity to school board members at least once a month. Obviously, I'm happy to do that more than that, but that I really want you to know that I'm available to answer any questions that you have or go and provide you with additional information so that you can make the important decisions that you have. I also think it's important there's a lot of background contextual information that go into some of these decisions. And so having those one-on-one conversations in person is critically important. That's not something that can go out always in the newsletter, which I'll do on a regular basis, and I'll talk about that in just a second. But I really can't stress the importance of us meeting individually on a regular basis. The next would be through weekly communications through an email newsletter or a board brief. That's something I do with my principals currently that I oversee. I provide a weekly starter of things that are coming up, interesting things that are in the educational space that might be impacting the work that they do. Something recently that's like blowing up in the educator sphere is ChatGPT and how schools will handle that. And so in one of my recent weekly starters, I provided them with a lot of contextual information and different ways that school districts are handling ChatGPT within their schools and starting the conversation of how we would handle that within our schools. Just as a side note, I'm a firm believer that we shouldn't outright block ChatGPT, that this is yet another technological evolution that we need to work with our students and staff to understand the ramifications of and work through that process. There's always been, as these new technologies come in space, this fear that, oh my gosh, like this is going to take over education and that nothing more is going to happen, and that could be further from the truth. And so providing that important information as I did to my principals, to the school board, so that you can be well informed as you're having community conversations, because people will come up and then say, hey, what do you think about that? And you know, if it's not on your radar, which it's not probably because this is not your day-to-day job, I would like to provide you with that information and give you as much information as you can as you're meeting with your stakeholders and your constituents.
What is the financial condition of the district, and what approach will you take to grow a budget that provides an excellent and equitable education for all students?
The financial condition of the school district, we're in tough financial times. I don't think there's any way around that. As I mentioned earlier, we're facing unprecedented budgetary challenges that I'm not sure the school district has ever faced. We're not necessarily unique in that. School districts throughout the state are facing similar challenges, and so I do think that helps the advocacy efforts I'll talk about in a little bit in terms of providing more predictable and better funding, specifically on the BSA for our school districts. One of the things that I would really like to dig into that I haven't had the opportunity to talk about much this week is enrollment. So enrollment generates revenue for the school district. And the school district is about 3/4 or 75% of the way back from pre-COVID enrollment numbers. But I'm curious where the other quarter of the students are, or even the students that we had lost prior to the pandemic. We know there's thousands of students living in our community that are in other outside homeschool programs that have chosen private education. And so I think it's really important on the school district's part to try to dig in and research on why are some families choosing not to enroll with our school district. Regardless of whether or not we're able to bring those students and families back into the fold, I think that provides us with important and necessary information to improve the educational opportunities that we're providing our students and families in the district. The other part of this is advocacy, which I think we're well under the way of doing as both a board and a school district administration, but that we need to continue to advocate at the local, state, and national level in terms of what proper education and predictable funding looks like. I would call for funding that adds funding to our BSA and inflation proofs our funding so that we can have a more reliable and predictable source of funds to plan with. One of the hard things within Alaska is even if we receive extra funding this year, it's the timing of it, right? We're already in the midst of a tough budget season. And if the legislature doesn't make the decision to fund schools until June, July, like that's a huge issue. We've already made decisions. Teachers, educators, families have already made decisions. And so as part of that, it's not just increased funding, it's the timing of the funding. And if they put an inflation factor on the BSA, then that will help us have more predictable funding in the future.
Hi, Mr. Meinert. As the superintendent, you will have assistant superintendents, executive directors, and principals working with you. How will your leadership create an environment that is student-centered while utilizing the strengths of our leadership team?
This is a great question, and one that I went over when I had the chance to meet with the executive team yesterday. So I gave the executive team a bit of a preview of what I would be talking about in the community forums, what I would be talking about in my 100-day plan, because I really didn't want them, and I didn't, I don't think that they would take it this way, but I really wanted to clearly communicate that when I'm talking about the breakdown and barriers between the district office and the schools, that's not any one individual that I'm pointing out. But I do think it's important that there's work to be done and resetting the expectation that we provide relentless support for our schools at whatever cost that takes. And so I really would look forward to working with our executive team on what that means for each individual departments. What are some red tape? What are the barriers that they have within their departments that they can identify, that they can immediately break down? And then meeting with principals and teachers to get their feedback on what their perceptions are of our executive team and our specific departments, of what things are standing in their way of getting the supports and services that they need. And working with the executive team, we have amazing individuals in terms of their professional and content knowledge. And so I would continue, one of the things I also talked with them is I would continue to help them grow as professionals. I think that's important to do all across the system. And it's actually easy to forget at the executive level that those folks need professional training as well. You often think, okay, well, they've reached the executive director level, like they can go out and do it themselves. Well, that's not true. They also need professional learning opportunities. And that's something that I think I'm well suited to do. I've led teams throughout my career. And I would look forward to providing professional learning opportunities and trainings on a regular basis for our executive team so that they can continue to grow. Another thing that we talked about was access to different experiences that they can grow into in their professional lives. So maybe they haven't had access to a specific kind of conversation that would help them become better at teaching and learning, or maybe they need to go to a specific training. Then I would be supportive of that to ensure that they can do their role in the way that they need to do their role.
Given the remoteness of our location, how will you deal with limited resources such as staff, post-secondary training, and students?
This question makes me smile a little bit because while Fairbanks is remote, it's nowhere near remote the other locations I've lived in. And so when I think of remote, I think of early in my career out in Sandpoint, Alaska. It's a little island that's like 585 miles away from Anchorage that you have to fly in or barge in any of your food. So in terms of that, I actually think that's important to note because perception is everything in terms of like the remoteness of a location. Like Fairbanks has a lot to offer. We can easily get goods and services here on a consistent basis. I mean, Amazon has a facility here that oftentimes I can get here in 2 to 3 days. And so I don't think that we're as remote as we might necessarily think. Now, for candidates coming from the outside, this is probably the end of the road, and they're not quite sure that what they might be getting themselves into. But in terms of the remoteness, I don't think it's an issue. One thing that I do think helps in terms of providing professional learning opportunities is the way we've gotten comfortable with utilizing tools such as Zoom or Google Meet. So if there are instances where we identify a critical need and we identify a person that could provide that professional learning opportunity and they can't get up to Alaska quickly because maybe they're in the lower 48, then we are prepared to offer those professional learning opportunities through Zoom or Google Meet. Obviously, that's not the way that we want to do all of our trainings, but it is something that we can take advantage of being in a remote location because travel issues and lingering COVID issues are a real reality within the society we live in currently. In terms of limited resources, I think that goes back to the previous question in terms of funding. I think we need to continue to advocate for additional funding for our school district. We need to be clear on what we would do with the funding that we have. and clearly communicate and ask for funding for the priorities that we need. There are times where we've gotten additional funding because folks have gone out and clearly communicated that we have a specific need, like our kindergarten aides. That was something that was specifically and clearly communicated, and the assembly decided to pick up that need. And so I would, as superintendent, I would look forward to working alongside of you to clearly communicate the budgetary needs that we need to serve our students and our staff.
Thank you. Describe your view of special education and what do you see as the role of the superintendent in overseeing and implementing this program?
Well, the superintendent is directly involved in all the departments of the school district, and you know, special education right now, I definitely think needs the superintendent's attention to dig into it, to look into it, to see what are some of our challenges in the special education realm and how we can solve those challenges. One that's a big obvious that I don't think people don't know is the recruitment and retention of our special education teachers. So let's start with retention. I think having conversations regularly with our special education teachers to see what kinds of things that they're struggling with at the school level, what are the supports that the district and the superintendent specifically can provide, and what are things that we can do to better support them so that they can support our students with the most needs. Additionally, in recruiting, we know that throughout the country, special education vacancies happen within school district at a higher proportion than any other with any other educators within schools. And so looking at ways to specifically recruit individuals to come up to Fairbanks, Alaska. Now, I do think this gets into a bit of the remoteness. So what are the ways that you can entice folks to come to Fairbanks? What are the ways that you package what an amazing district and what an amazing community we live in to individuals that might have no idea where Fairbanks is even at? But that's something that we need to put in place in terms of being very active recruiters on a regular basis in the lower 48. One way that I've talked about throughout this week is establishing relationships with teacher prep programs at colleges and universities. I think that's critically important as colleges and universities are preparing special education teachers that we provide a pipeline for those teachers, or even the pre-service teachers that are doing internships or student teaching experiences, that we incentivize them coming up to Alaska and coming up to Fairbanks to work in our district. I also think the superintendent needs to get in the room with our special education teachers, coordinators, directors, executive directors, in terms of having a big conversation on the structure of the department itself. Is the structure of the department the best way of doing things? Do people have ideas of how we could restructure things to better support our students and staff? And that's something that I would look forward to doing and having those conversations.
Thank you. And the final question, do you have any questions for us?
The only question I have for you, I asked at the last rounds of interviews, but is there anything else that I could further clarify for you that would help you in your decision-making process today?
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. Mr. Meinert, on one of the questions, you said inflation proof. So on number 10, you said inflation proof. And economically, we would lose money some years with inflation proof. So can you clarify what you mean by inflation proof?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And maybe inflation proof wasn't the specific terminology I should have used there in the interview question, but I think some kind of indicator on top of the BSA, so regular increments that increase the BSA for our school and our school districts is important. And so I think that was a great catch because, yeah, inflation does flux up and down a bit, but some regular incremental additions to the BSA. So as our rising costs for the school district, our costs as a school district continue to rise, labor costs go up, energy costs go up. And so there's some incremental improvements in that funding for our school district that would help us better plan and prepare our budgets and the services and supports we offer students and staff. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Monarch, and this ends your interview with us. If you will exit the building and not be on your phone.
Yes, ma'am. At least not on YouTube.
It's not on YouTube, not on your phone. We'll have our next candidate come in, and then once the board has finished their deliberations, if you're chosen, then we will give you a call and proceed further. So right now, we thank you for your presentation and thank you for being here with us.
All right, and I'd like to just say a quick thank you to all of you. I know you've put in a tremendous amount of work in terms of preparing for this week and also attending all of the events this week. So thank you very much for your sacrifices and your work on the board. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
We don't talk about Bruno.
questions.
Good morning, Mr. Hauser. Thank you for being with us this morning. Take a deep breath. All right, so you're going to have 15 minutes for your presentation plan, and each member will ask you 2 questions, and the answer consists of 3 minutes each, and then you'll have a 5-minute for closing. Okay, go. You can start. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, President Sanderson, members of the board. My name is Frank Hauser, and I'm the superintendent of the Sitka School District. I've been an educator in Alaska for 25 years. I'm also a graduate of Alaska's public schools from the Mat-Su Valley and the University of Alaska system. I hold degrees from UAA, UAF, and a graduate superintendent certificate from UAS. I actually put a picture of my diploma from UAF in here because if I hadn't earned my teaching endorsement right here in Fairbanks, all of these experiences I wouldn't have had. I currently serve as the superintendent of the Sitka School District, a mid-sized district in Southeast Alaska. We prepare students to be college, career, and life ready, and also are home to the Reach Homeschool program, which was established 30 years ago. Prior to that, I served as a principal of Service High School in the Anchorage School District, one of the largest comprehensive high schools in the state of Alaska. During my tenure, Service High School was recognized by ESPN and Special Olympics as one of the top 30 schools in the nation for inclusive practices and the first banner school in the state of Alaska. I was Alaska Principal of the Year and also spent 6 years with the district office in Anchorage. I started as an itinerant music teacher, and that has given me a unique and invaluable experience for an administrator because I'm a K-12 educator. For my days teaching adaptive aquatics while a student in the Mat-Su School District, and throughout my career, I've had one principle that has guided all of my decisions as an educator, and that's what's best for kids. I've listed some of my core values. These are informed by my experiences as an educator. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Sorry about that. I am not sure why this is not working. So like I said, for my days teaching adaptive aquatics while a student in the Mat-Su School District and throughout my career, I've had one principle that's guided all of my decisions as an educator, and that's what's best for kids. I've listed some of my core values. These are informed by my experiences as an educator and also as a student. I came to my chosen profession not because school was always easy for me, but because it wasn't. Like far too many students, I struggled with reading. School was a frustrating, demoralizing daily struggle for me until a little outside encouragement and a little success in a high school sport put me on a different path. I've devoted my career as an educator and educational leader to encouraging students and making sure that each and every student has the support that they need and wide, varied opportunities to have that first spark of success. The other thing my experiences taught me was the importance of personalized education, which is one of the reasons I feel so much excitement about the district and your strategic plan. I was a kid who needed support in one area, reading, but enrichment in another, math. And I didn't get that personalized instruction. I wasn't challenged, so I wasn't engaged. I believe in high expectations for all students, whether students are in a Tier 3 remediation course or an AP Calculus class, all students should be challenged. The board has already established goals in the strategic plan related to student success, communication and engagement, equity and inclusion, and workforce and organizational excellence. These goals are my goals. My job in the first 100 days is to ensure a seamless transition, to identify and build upon success, to use a data-driven approach to identify areas of need, to provide meaningful professional development to advance the district's goals, to increase organizational efficiency and effectiveness, and to energize and engage staff and stakeholders in the district's mission. My 100-day plan is comprised of 4 main activities in 2 phases. Each activity is targeted to ensure a seamless transition, to build upon the successes and great work in the district, and to advance progress towards established board and community goals. Engage is an active listening and learning phase centered around guiding questions and including school and site visits, meetings, community outreach, and social media. Assess begins concurrently with Engage and continues through the first 60 days. This phase is focused on a comprehensive review of data, programs, services, and processes. It would assess strengths, challenges, and opportunities for improvement and continue to build district and community partnerships and engagement. Critically, Given the realities of staffing in Alaska, it would also assess operational readiness for day one. The third phase after assess is cultivate and communicate. The focus here would be on cultivating success and also new opportunities for success identified in the data review process. This would begin by analyzing and synthesizing data that the assess period and developing a post-entry plan refined with stakeholder input. The research is clear that a top-down approach in education are ineffective, so I have very intentionally added the word communicate here. The final phase is the launch phase. During this phase, we would have identified successes and opportunities, had open conversations, and would act on improvements. The leadership team would monitor and report the progress. I'm going to look at each phase and activity in more detail. Each has action items and indicators of success. Phase 1 begins with active listening and learning. It emphasizes strengthening the district's relationship with all stakeholder groups, transparency, and open communication. The importance of a positive, productive, trusting board and superintendent relationship cannot be overstated. I would immediately schedule one-on-one meetings with board members and base, post, and student representatives to talk about goals, educational areas of interest, and learn ways in which I could support. I believe a clear understanding of roles, responsibilities, and expectations is also critical, with the superintendent recognizing that the board focuses on budget, curriculum, legislation, policy, and governance. Phase 1 also includes guiding questions, action items, and indicators of success for stakeholder input and engagement. Activities include visits and community events, one-on-one meetings, as well as an assessment of communication schedules, formats, and expectations for engagement from the district and also school leadership. This would leverage technology and social media. A school district serves many stakeholders, and some are represented here. Indicators of success include robust community and family participation at events, positive and collaborative relationships, and a positive and supportive connection between the district office and schools. I will build consensus and excitement through an unwavering and tireless focus on the district's mission, education. And I want everyone who contacts the district office or writes in or testifies at a meeting to feel heard, valued, and respected. The second main activity of Phase 1 is assess. This activity will include a data review from big picture data, things like graduation and attendance, to school and individual student data. Preliminary indicators of success include identified gaps and areas of support to ensure all students have access to appropriately challenging work and to increase students' access to programs and opportunities. Resources are tight, but not everything needs to cost a lot to be effective. I've had great success in expanding opportunities for underrepresented students in AP classes by including student voice in the process. Another innovative area is expanding opportunities for students by counting CTE credits towards core graduation requirements like computer science for math. Other indicators of success in this phase include alignment of upcoming professional development to support all students' learning and wraparound supports for staff and school leaders. Assess would also include and extend to operations and management. Activities would include meeting with department and school leaders to assess district and department operations, effectiveness, and efficiencies. It would also assess operational readiness and staffing for day one. This phase would also include meeting with principals and leadership to assess efforts to maintain a safe environment in all buildings and all activities, and dialogue with community partners about innovative grow your own paraprofessional to teacher and substitute to teacher pipelines. I am actually currently having conversations with university presidents about this. Phase 2 comes after the data collection phase. It synthesizes information and develops a plan for next steps to cultivate success and also opportunities for success. It begins the implementation phase of the process and includes a post-secondary plan presented for stakeholder feedback before launch, and also continued monitoring and reporting. At the end of the 100 days, the district would have a defined theory of action to connect specific actions to outcomes and also identify early wins to jumpstart success. This theory of action would avoid what researchers call the most common mistake leaders make, including within the organization, and that's assuming they know what the problem and solutions are from the start. Early wins would include wraparound supports for educators and school leaders, improvement in near-term data markers like attendance, student and family engagement, and expanded inclusive practices and universal design for instruction. The final goal I'd like to talk about is maybe the most important one, providing stability and a seamless transition. I'm a sitting superintendent. That means I'm one of only 54 people in the entire state of Alaska who currently runs a school district, so I'd like to share that perspective. And my perspective, and that of my board, might be similar in one way to yours. Even with stabilizing enrollment in the Sitka School District, our deficit is 12% of our budget. It seems like a lot of 100-day plans, I've seen a lot of them. We do them in superintendent school. And many have a timeless quality with great ideas that can be transported to any district at any moment in time. But I want to ground this plan firmly in the here and now, in the realities and complexities of Alaska, and in the specific issues this district will have to address within the next superintendent's first 30 days. A potential BSA increase depending on the legislature's and governor's upcoming budget, recruitment and retention, and the Alaska READS Act. Whatever their best laid plans, the next superintendent will immediately, within the first 30 days, be called upon to provide information and support to the board and leadership to staff in the district in these and other key areas. As a sitting superintendent, I'm already working on these issues on a district and statewide level and would bring with me that experience and the network of statewide connections I've made over the last 25 years. Finally, I just would like to say on behalf of my wife and myself, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to be here. We've enjoyed our time in Fairbanks and coming back and reconnecting and meeting many of you. So I just want to thank you again.
Mr. Hauser, if when you get time, do please send your presentation to Ms. Richardson and she can give it to the board.
I will absolutely do that as soon as we're done.
Thank you. And
Thank
so
you.
We will start our first round of questioning with Mrs. Smith.
Thank you for coming today, Mr. Hauser. How would you build a good working relationship between the board and superintendent? Please cite examples.
Well, first off, I think the superintendent is the school board's only employee. I think that the relationship between the board and the school superintendent really has to be built upon mutual trust and honesty. It has to be collaborative. There has to be support. One of my roles is to support the board, provide information, and make sure that you have what you need to make the decisions for the students and the staff in the Fairbanks North Starborough School District. I think it also has to be transparent with information. One of the things I pride myself in working with my board is making sure that they have all the information that they need. I communicate with them regularly. And it's also important through that process that they have the information, both good and bad, so they can make the most informed decision. I also think and feel very strongly that there shouldn't be any surprises. We should make sure that we're communicating and you have the information that you need. And then the other piece that I think is really important for me is that I will always give the board my honest opinion. No matter what that opinion is, I want to make sure that the board knows my kind of feedback on, maybe a certain decision. But I also feel very strongly that once the board makes the decision, I will get 100% behind making sure the outcome happens for that decision that the board made. Specific examples, I was actually, after we got done yesterday at the West Valley High School forum, I had my board president reach out to me and have some questions and just wanted to talk with me. And so I called her and, we talked for about an hour just going over just some of what the Sitka School District is going through after some of the meetings that they've had. And so one of the things that I feel strongly about is being available 24/7, to answer any questions that the board might have. Again, I'm a resource as the superintendent. That relationship is really key, and I really go out of my way to keep the board informed and communicate as, efficiently and effectively and honestly and transparently as I can. That's something I very much firmly believe in.
Thank you. Please provide specific examples of how you have promoted educational programs utilizing your communication and public relations skills.
Oh, that's, yeah, I've kind of joked about this, as the superintendent of the Sitka School District, kind of a mid-sized, smaller district, I am the communications department. So that's what I do a lot. And so specific examples, we do a lot of work out in the community and supporting and highlighting student activities and what's going on. Some good examples, we were, recently had students in one of our, design classes at the middle school were creating and designing halibut hooks, traditional halibut hooks. And they were using the computer program to design those halibut hooks and print them on a 3D printer. And they had a display that took place in the library in Sitka. And it was really cool because we were able to highlight that and get it out into the community for the community to see. We were able to talk about it and showcase it. But the other really cool thing, and this is just, really neat, one of my principals at the middle school actually has a boat. He went out and we chartered a Allen Marine boat for our students, but my principal went out and actually, used the halibut hooks and actually, went out and tried to, use them. And so the students not only started the drafting process on a computer to draft it, then they went through and they designed it and printed it up on the 3D printer, and then they actually put it in use with the principal who went out and did that. And so being able to celebrate and highlight that was just a really cool thing. We also were recognized in a journal for some work that a local professor did around energy wave converters. So we took a number of our students out, and they designed their own energy wave converter and, tried and practiced those in in the ocean. And, it was really kind of cool for them to get a chance to work with this professor, work with their teacher, and design these energy wave converters and look at some different ways for alternative energy tied to, kind of that place-based experiential learning, but also getting a chance to be out there. And so we were really proud to be recognized in that journal. And then just, I kind of, talked about this, I actually update the website and highlight students. We have a program in the Sitka School District called the Halatsini Student of the Month, which recognizes students for strength of mind, body, and spirit. And one of the things that, I always do is try to make sure that I update our website that celebrates and recognizes students, not only for their academics or for athletics, but also, like I said, for that Halatsini strength of mind, body, and spirit.
Good morning, Mr. Hauser.
Good morning.
My question to you is, what was the decision that you made in the last year or so that you would reverse or at least reconsider and modify?
A decision I've made within the last year or so. As a sitting superintendent, one of the things that, I did this as a principal too. I think, whenever decisions are made, sometimes you have to make decisions and, kind of with limited information. And so you step back and, you weigh the information, you look at, policies, and then you make the decision. But I think any administrator, whether it's a principal, assistant principal, superintendent, even teachers will go back and kind of review and kind of think about, what the decisions they made and reflect because, we're always trying to be better. One decision that I've made recently, we were just, going through the audit process. You guys have all gone through the audit process with, your budget and having the audit done. We've been having conversations with our auditors, and one of the things that they've been talking to the Sitka School District about is centralizing our student activities accounts. Like a lot of small districts, sometimes our student activities accounts are decentralized and they're managed by the schools, and the accounts are controlled by the schools. We reconcile them, or they reconcile them and get the information to us for our auditors. But, to be part of the, generally accepted accounting principles, our auditors are recommending that, those accounts be internalized all under our accounting system, our Alio system, which is probably something you guys have already gone through the process to do. So we've been in the process of making that happen and to make that transition. But there was a lot of concern from some of the high schools around, kind of that control of their activities funds. And we communicated, talked to principals. I talked to principals about this, but there were still some concerns with teachers and with the activities director and some of the coaches about how those funds are going to be centralized in. And so there was some conversations during the board meeting about, well, don't approve the audit. You shouldn't approve the audit. And so we're kind of stepping back, trying to be clear, and a couple board members and I'm having the conversation like the audit's the audit. It has a process in here that we have to go through, and that doesn't define what our business practices are. And so what I probably would have changed in this, is early on bringing in our auditor at the board meeting and giving them an opportunity to walk through why this change has to happen, why it's beneficial for the district, why it's beneficial for the staff and for the school, and how it's not going to change how they're going to have access to their funds, how those activity funds are going to be allocated and appropriated to each one of the specific activities. None of that will change. And so I would have brought the auditor in earlier to try to explain a little bit more beforehand, because during that board meeting, there was some testimony from some individuals that were, concerned about this. And, by bringing the auditor in, talking earlier, they would have hopefully reassured, them that, no, this is something that we have to do too, because again, this follows the generally accepted accounting principles.
Thank you. My next question to you is, how would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public but educationally necessary? Please cite actual examples.
I feel strongly in communication. To me, even when things are getting difficult and people don't agree with you, I think it's important to keep those lines of communication open, making sure that, when we stop communicating, that's when we start having, I think, bigger problems. One of the things that I feel very strongly about is trying to have a conversation of why. What is the why behind the decisions that are being made? Is it budgetary? Is it to align with changes in curriculum? Being able to step back and answer those questions and get that information out there. Most importantly, how does it benefit our students? Why are we doing this and making this change, and how does it benefit our students? And, I have this conversation sometimes when I have, and talk to union representatives, and we go through and have conversations. It's like, this is our teachers or principals. Here's where we're going with this. Here's the why behind it. Here's how it's going to benefit our kids. And making sure that they have that, background. And I always tell people when I sit at the table, we might not agree, and that's okay, as long as we can continue to talk about. And at the end of that conversation, you should be able to walk away and know this is why the decision was being made. And, it's really what, the superintendent believes is best for kids. An example that we had in the Sitka School District last year, we had a dedicated science enrichment teacher at the elementary. And it was an additional science pullout that the students had due to budgetary reasons. That the funding for that was just not able to, we had to just make some tough decisions. And that was a position that was a very beloved position. But, we had to reduce some, FTE and make sure that, we were able to focus on keeping our pupil-to-teacher ratios, our PTRs, down. And so that was the why. It was due to budget constraints. Here's what we're doing. Here's how we're going to support staff with, providing science instruction in the elementary. And here's why this shift had to happen. And, it was, I had a lot of, people come and talk to me about it, but I really do believe that at the end of the conversations and the concerns, parents, community members, representatives from the Sitka Sound Science Center, teachers, and, they all understood that, okay, this is a decision that has to happen because there are constraints and limitations to the budget. There's a plan to, provide science at the elementary level. And, we have to make some tough decisions because at this point, we value lower PTRs. And we want to make sure that we keep that, those numbers as low as possible, as we're going through this process.
Hi. How have you demonstrated support for diversity, equity, and inclusion issues?
Well, like I said, at the superintendent of the Sitka School District, the Sitka School District is a very diverse school districts, approximately 23% of our students identify as Alaska Native American Indian. 11% of students identify as 2 or more races. The district, under my leadership, has really had a tradition of working in partnership with Sitka Tribe of Alaska on such longstanding programs and initiatives as the Wucheen Preschool, as well as the Sitka Native Education Program. As a superintendent, I really focused on, for the professional development since I've been there, really, that bringing the community together. We had the community-wide strategic planning that led collaboration of stakeholders across the city. Members of Sitka Tribe of Alaska were participating in the tribal council, were also essential in this process, making sure that, we were focusing on the ongoing work of the district. As a superintendent, I also have worked and continue to work closely with Sitka Tribe of Alaska, Sea Alaska Heritage Institute, to provide professional development around, cultural competency training for educators. And this professional development also included roundtable discussions with pretty much all of my staff. We had all of the staff there over the last couple of years having these roundtable discussions. We brought in cultural bearers, tribal elders, representatives from the Coast Guard, and really trying to make sure that we had that representation of our diverse district to provide that feedback and support for students and, part of that professional development. I've also been working with and expanding areas of instruction. We recently got a Sea Alaska Heritage grant that really weaves traditional ecological knowledge into our science instruction. And we're focusing on and working on creating a CTE pathway that actually, is place-based, culturally responsive, and really kind of brings culturally relevant STEAM curriculum into our science classes. We still have a lot of important work to do, but I'm proud to say that the percentage of Alaska Native and American Indian students that score advanced and proficient on the last English language assessment in Sitka was 17% higher than the state, and our math was approximately 20% higher than the state.
What is your view of the school board's role in the operation of the district?
Well, the school board governs the district. The school board also, is supervises the superintendent. I think as the school board, goes through and, looks at the challenges, focusing on the budget, focusing on the superintendent, and focusing on, making sure the governance and policies are in place. I think that, I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. I think that the information is key for the school board to make sure that they have, the information needed to make those decisions that focus around budget, that focus around policy, and focus around the superintendent. But also making sure that they have a clear understanding of, all the different needs that are going out across the district regarding, staff, curriculum, and, how that impact of the budget is going to have on the district when decisions are being made. I think as far as the operations, one of the things I think is really important, and this is something that, I've been doing for a number of years as a superintendent, is, through the budget process, through the information process, going down and having a conversation in Juneau with our legislators during these difficult times, and talking about the school. So an important part of that, and I mentioned that in my 100-day plan, is the legislation, going down and talking in Juneau. I had a board member with me 2 weeks ago when we went to Juneau to talk to legislators, as well as, I'll have board members with me when I go down next week as well, because I think that's an important part that I think the legislators need to hear as well, is that, here's how the impact is going to, here's how the budget education funding is going to impact the district. And the school board is essential in making sure that they're having those conversations as well, making sure that they understand the holistic impact on the district that some of these constraints are going to have, and what those tough decisions are. But I think that, the board's role in the operations of the district really is centered on those key things around budget, evaluation of the superintendent and board policies, with, like I said, that legislation piece worked in to communicate some of the challenges to the legislature and also to the community.
Thank you. Describe how you would prioritize equitable access to arts and music instruction, especially in times of tight budget situations?
So I probably talked to all of you about this. So this one's very near and dear to my heart. I'm a classically trained guitarist that went to college to be a high school band director that ended up teaching sixth grade orchestra. So I've kind of seen the whole gamut of music. Music is something that I've spent in my life being a part of, and it's something I feel strongly about. But not just music. The arts. I was a director of music and fine arts and really wanted to support the arts when I was in the Anchorage School District. And other electives or offerings that you would consider, and I sometimes say core because I also personally I believe music, I believe sports, I believe all these things are core and fundamental to student success. But in stepping back and looking at prioritizing equitable access to arts and music, I think as we step and look at kind of next steps, we have to look at what, of course, the constraints are. I talked about the decisions having to cut the science teacher. We have to look at what our constraints are. We do have a requirement for certain classes for graduation requirements and making sure that we provide those, again, core subject areas. But I think it's going through and looking at creative ways, business partnerships, community partnerships that we can support funding and providing some of these access for all students. When I was the director of music and fine arts, we were multiple times having to take some significant cuts to the music and art program. We looked at, and I looked at ways of how can I, meet and provide music for these schools. And ultimately, what I did is go through and look at what our staffing is. How can we prioritize staffing? Could we make some shifts and maybe adjust, with scheduling and have one teacher maybe be itinerant? And so we ended up with, having orchestra teachers that were more itinerant than band teachers, because we were able to share orchestra teachers with the elementary in the middle school, the elementary and the high school, and the middle school and the high school. So we looked at ways of splitting teachers up to where we could be more efficient with our FTE. And that was able to provide, and I'm proud to say this, we were able to continue to provide band and orchestra instruction at the sixth grade level in the Anchorage School District during all that time. That I was there, and I believe that's still going on. I know there's some conversations now, but I have not been in that role for many years. In the Sitka School District, these are things that, I've also had to tackle as a superintendent. We had to, when I got there, a perfect example is we had an elementary school, Baranoff Elementary School, which is a K-1 elementary school that did not have a librarian. We had a library there that no one used or used very limited. A teacher might go in there every now and then and grab a book. I found out about that, and quite honestly, I was like, say that again, because this did not make sense to me that we have a focus on literacy in the state, we have a focus on literacy for our students, and we have an elementary school where students are starting to read and starting to find that passion and that engagement in reading. And again, this is somebody who struggled in reading. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, this can't be happening. And so I worked really hard to provide and make a library, or to create a position there to have a librarian there. And that was facing some significant budget challenges.
And we'll go to our next question.
Yep.
What do you know about our community and school district?
Well, I've said this before. My wife and I used to live in Fairbanks, and we, for me, one of the things that, I really, it was just, we were both struck by this, is just how friendly the community is, how welcoming the community is, and how just, be part of the community. I kind of said this before, when we first moved up here, somebody said, congratulations for moving here, you're gonna love the community. And we've seen that coming back. The other thing too, and looking at some of the data that was received, from some of the school climate connectedness survey, that's something that's really highlighted as well, as a sense of community. Community around the district, community around, how, Fairbanks, people that live in Fairbanks treat each other and support each other. From the district, looking at, the kind of what I know about it is there is a amazing group of dedicated teachers and support personnel and staff that are 100% committed to the students. I saw that in the tours. I saw that in the data from the School Climate Connectedness Survey around staff. There is just a commitment and a dedication from the Fairbanks educators and support staff that is just, it's really it's great to see. It's amazing to see this, in place. And the other thing that I'd like to add too is the students. That is something that, I love as a superintendent. I love going to the buildings. I love visiting the schools and seeing the students engaged and connected to their school. And I saw that at all the schools we visited. North Pole High School, West Valley High School. One of the students, Madeline, who was taking us around yesterday, I have never seen a student so excited to celebrate and highlight their school. I mean, she'd be like, okay, we're going to the next one. She was great. It was such a cool thing to see. And just, that's something that I think that for me, that's what I've seen. And that's what, I would be excited to be a part of, is just a group of educators and educational leaders and students and a board that is 100% committed to supporting students and supporting learning.
What are the methods you will use to keep yourself and the board current on important matters?
Well, I've talked about this a number of times. It's something that I feel very strongly about is, just being aware of what's happening across the state. I've been part of the legislative fly-ins and, going down to Juneau and talking about and informing legislators on both sides of the aisle about public education funding. Just being aware of, what's happening at a state level has a significant impact and is probably one of the most important matters that, in public education in Alaska that we're facing right now. The other thing that I think is important that we're dealing with is teacher and educator recruitment and retention. This is something that we are continuing to work on. I've said I'm on 2 of the Department of Education's teacher recruitment subcommittees, one on operational health and one on teacher retirement systems. And, as I get information, and I think as a superintendent, one of the roles that I do as a current sitting superintendent with my board is get information, be a part of what's happening across the state, reading educational journals, having some of these conversations about what's taking place across the state and communicating that through weekly updates with my board, making sure that they know what's going on as well and being able to talk about that so they can be informed. And so being a part of those conversations are really important. Being connected to other superintendents across the state are also very important. Alaska Reads Act is a perfect example that, this is something that is coming at us. I've been on the webinars, I've been having conversations with Deed about the Alaska Reads Act, looking at the curriculum, looking at the new literacy screener, looking at the professional development that's going to be required for our K-3 teachers, and making sure that I'm communicating that with the board as well. And so as these important matters come up, making sure that as a superintendent I'm connected so I'm aware of what's happening and I communicate with that with the board.
Thank you. Your next question, what is the financial condition of this district? What approach will you take to grow a budget that provides an excellent and equitable education for all students?
Well, I know the district, much like the Sitka School District, is struggling financially. I mean, we are in a situation where we haven't seen an increase to the base student allocation since 2017. We did get $30 for FY24. That $30 is 0.5%, and that was in support of the Alaska Reads Act, and that's not going to be enough. I think we all know it. I don't need to go into a lot of details and talk about that. But I think that as we look at the challenges, again, making sure that we're going down and informing what the needs are across the district in Juneau to our legislators, letting them know what the impacts are going to be. I think stepping back, and I talked about this in my 100-day plan, going through and doing an assessment, talking to, everyone that's, our educational leaders, our building principals, talking to our teachers, talking to, the district office staff and, the executive level assistant superintendents, and making sure that how are we utilizing our funds, talking to the, business manager, making sure that we have a clear picture of how funds are being used, where there are areas that we can be more efficient, but also really making sure that we're having the conversations about this is what we've lost. Fairbanks had to close 3 schools last year. We're looking at, some, significant challenges, even with increased enrollment in the Sitka School District, we're still looking at these same challenges. And so I think that's one of the things that as if I were selected as superintendent coming into that situation, making sure that I talk to people, find out what are our non-negotiables, what do we want to prioritize, what programs are out there that we want to make sure, making sure we have, equitable access for, great programs and all of our programs for our students. How are we going to make that happen? And then working with my team to find solutions around that, using communication, using feedback, communicating that to the board, and making sure that there are options available. Here's what the impacts will be. Here's how we're going to make that happen. And here's how we can support the equitable access to what really we want, that diverse programs and opportunities for all of our students, so they can be college, career, post-secondary ready.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser. A couple questions for you here. As superintendent, you will have assistant superintendents, executive directors, and principals working with you. How will your leadership create an environment that is student-centered while utilizing the strengths of your leadership team?
The one way is every single conversation I have with, talking to the assistant superintendents, the executive directors. All right, talk to me about how this is going to impact our kids. How is this going to support, whatever that program, whatever that, need is, whether it's, literacy, early literacy with Alaska Reads Act, professional development around, ALICE training. How is it going to support our staff? How is it going to have a benefit on our kids? And so I think as I go through, I feel strongly that, this is something that, it's just through regular communication. I also feel very strongly, about, making sure that I'm aware of what's taking place, regular communication, having weekly cabinet meetings with, the, executive team and the assistant superintendents to make sure that they're aware and they know and they can inform me of what's taking place across the district, what new programs are coming up, what new initiatives that they're looking at, initiatives that we're going through that 100-day plan, through that, that action that we're looking at, that I would be looking at implementing, assessing what those needs are, and really going back to the root and finding what are we doing, how are we doing it, is it effective, and how is it benefiting our kids? And then being able to step back and look at all those questions that we have, those guiding questions that I talked about earlier, and making sure that we always center it on meeting the needs of the students. And that also circles around how are we supporting staff to meet the needs of the students? How are our operations and efficiencies designed and put together to meet the needs of the students? And so my answer would be simply, every single time I meet with them, every single conversation I have, the question is asked, how is it meeting the needs of the students?
Thank you. Next question. Given the remoteness of our location, how will you deal with limited resources such as staff, post-secondary training, and students?
So I'm a superintendent of a school district that's on an island. So I would just like to say that I understand Fairbanks is remote, but I also would like to say that trying to get stuff to the sickest school districts has its own challenges. But I understand the question. It really is, talking about, some of those limited resources, which really are, the personnel. We are facing one of the most dire shortages of educators. And I say educators and not teachers. Yes, teachers too. But last numbers I looked at, we're in about the 25% for turnover. And that's not necessarily, educators leaving the profession, but leaving districts and shifting and moving. And there's a lot of factors that come into play there. We've talked about, and I'm on the, teacher retirement subcommittee for the teacher recruitment and retention. How do we not advocate, but inform about the challenges we have? I'm trying to do my part to figure out a way to get a defined benefit system for our educators, because we are turning into a state that has educators come in for 5 years, their 401k vests, and they take that and they go down to a different state and and get a job that has a lower cost of living and potentially pays more. And so so going through and being active and having conversations and looking at, developing those plans and being, active in informing the challenges we have. I oftentimes will get on the phone and reach out to colleges and universities in Sitka, and especially if I know I'm looking for a special education teacher, or I'm looking for, I see that's the next question. I'm looking for, because I think I mentioned this when we met before. I mean, in Fairbanks, there were a number of special education positions that have been open from the beginning of the year, and they were posted in July, and we're seeing some of the same challenges in Sitka. We've been lucky that we've found and been able to staff completely, but that is not the case across the state. And so reaching out to to universities and colleges to talk about, come and visit Fairbanks. I thought you guys, when I watched the video that was put on the application process, I was just blown away. I had lived here and I was like, oh, it was just a nice way. There's just so much beauty, so much. I mean, we talk about the community. How do we celebrate, highlight that, and make sure that we share that with colleges and universities and potential employees coming up? The other piece that I feel very strongly about, and like I said, I've worked with colleges and university presidents about this, is a pipeline for educators. I am really excited for the possibility to work closely with the University of Alaska Fairbanks to see how we can grow our own. Not just grow our own for the university, but also how can we grow our own in the schools as well. We do, as educators, an amazing job talking about all the different careers people can go into. Why are we not talking about education? Because it is a great career that has just an amazing impact on our students and our community.
Okay, almost done. Mr. Hauser, can you please describe your view of special education, and what do you see the role of the superintendent overseeing and implementing this program?
I think the role of the superintendent in and for special education is fundamental. It's making sure that we're providing services for all of our students. Every single one of our students, making sure that they have access, and I talked about it earlier, to a challenging curriculum that aligns with their academic level. Looking at special education, that is probably one of the most important things that we can do for our students, and making sure that they have those supports to help them be successful, to address those specific areas that they might qualify for special education services for. I think as the superintendent, it's about having conversations. It's about making sure that we have staffing. In my 100-day plan, I mentioned a couple times the importance of making sure that we are ready on day one. And part of that comes to, because right now we are in a special education teacher shortage. We are in a paraprofessional shortage. And how do we work on building the capacity, not only locally, but across the state, but also reaching out across the nation to try to bring people in to take these roles? The superintendent has those conversations. They authorize, reaching out, but they also work with local universities, colleges, and trying to focus on growing our own educators, and specifically special education is really important. One thing I've been working on, I talked about, is that paraprofessional to teacher pipeline, as well as a substitute teacher pipeline. The important thing that that I've been looking at is, how do we potentially incentivize our paraprofessionals through maybe some reimbursement for courses that they can start while they're working in the district, and say, hey, we'll go ahead and cover a couple of classes if you would go to school to go for your special education endorsement. And these are things that I've seen a lot of success in, and I'm looking at in the Sitka School District, working with UAS about some possibilities around this. But I think this is something that kind of goes to that conversation I had around those partnerships. But the other thing I think is important is making sure that as a superintendent that we're funding special education to the requirements, making sure that we have the supports that are in place, making sure that we're making strides towards inclusive practices, universal design of instruction, because these are things that benefit all students. And as a superintendent, that's something that I feel very strongly about. I talked about Service High School being recognized for their inclusive practices. And this is something that I think, benefits all students, making sure that as a superintendent, all of our students have the same access to our programs, same access to our community, and same access and supports that, we can provide to help them be successful.
Thank you. Last one. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't really have any questions for you. I would say, I guess the only question I'd have is if there's any questions that you have after some of my, responses, any clarifying questions anybody has. But other than that, I do not have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Hauserby, thank you for your presentation, for your time before the board. We ask that as you exit the building that you not do YouTube or phone. We have your number, that if you are selected as our finalist, we will give you a call. And again, we thank you for your time and for your presentation.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I'll make sure that I get that presentation to you as soon as I leave. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, Dr. Scanlon. We thank you for your time with the board today. In your presentation, you'll have 15 minutes, and the board will, each board member will ask you 2 questions, and they will consist of 3 minutes for response time. And then you have 5 minutes to close. You can go ahead and start. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the last 2.5 days and just the opportunity to really get to know the community, and a community that clearly loves both Fairbanks and Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. So thank you. I appreciated the opportunity to do this sort of like mini task and take the time to really think about how, if I was moving into the district, I would use the first 100 days to make sure that we both had short-term and long-term success. 10 minutes is going to be a quick rush, right? And so here's sort of the agenda that I'm going to run through. I'm going to talk a little bit about the context and how I approach this. 3 phases of the transition plan. We're going to then dive in on a focus on phase 1, and then the opportunity for questions. You'll see that there's additional context in the handouts that I provided you, so that if we don't have time to get to it, that there's some additional context. I should have said at the beginning, by the way, that this transition plan is all grounded in what I've talked about throughout the last 3 days, which is really taking the time to listen, learn, and collaborate on that plan forward. The first 100 days is designed to engage community members to ensure a smooth transition and long-term success. I'm deliberate there around the capital C in community, because I think of that as all stakeholders. And we're going to see more in detail about that in a second. I start with students in the center of the page because at the end of the day, our work is about making sure that we have success for all students. I also use pictures of my family because one of the things that excites me about coming to Fairbanks is the opportunity to have my students in schools that I'm helping to lead. You can see up there, if you look in the color pictures, my son is in the top picture, he's in the gray, he's a goalie. And in the bottom picture, Annalise is in the top left, and Francesca, or as I affectionately called her, Bubba, is in the bottom right. On the left side of the slide, you can see that I'm coming to this transition with both past experiences as well as a knowledge of where I need to dig in deeper and learn more. I've had a bunch of success with past transitions and know the process that we need to go through to make sure that we're effectively engaging in that listen and learn process. I also have had the opportunity to lead teams across multiple contexts to outcomes. And so not just about process is important, but it's not just about process, it's about making sure that it results in real improvements and outcomes for all students. I also know that as moving to Fairbanks, I need to take time to learn about the local context. That's Fairbanks and Alaska. That's Alaska Natives and the military community, and a particular focus on budget and innovative programs. There's also opportunities to leverage in this transition plan. You've done a ton of data gathering in your superintendent search. You have a strategic plan right now. The board's moving towards student outcome focused governance, something I'm very well familiar with as we use a similar structure in Philadelphia. And there's a history of board administration and school committees. As additional consideration in going into this transition plan, need to be aware that there are contract negotiations going on. And one of the things that I'm hoping to do in this plan is to be able to focus on listening and learning and leveraging the time where there's an overlap between myself and the current superintendent. The first 100 days is designed for a strong start of the school year and a smooth transition to strategic planning and the budget. And so you see up here what I call 3 phases. There's a B phase as well in there. The first phase is from March to June, which is really focused on the listen and learn. At the end of that engagement, the hope and the plan is that we would give out a report on the key trends. That would both be a report as well as interactive on the website. And we would be able to identify key actions that are focused on the upcoming school year 23-24. From July to August, the listen and learn would continue, but there would also be an intense focus about making sure that the school year starts off strong. From September to February is where we get into strategic planning. We would build on the key trends that we developed and listened and heard in the listen and learn, and we'd develop a 5-year strategic plan. At the end of February, we would have the goals and guardrails in collaboration with the board and the draft 5-year strategic plan. And then from January to June, we would focus on making sure that there's an aligned budget and the launch of that 5-year strategic plan. And so that would look like the deliverables in that last phase are the final strategic plan, the 1 and 5-year budgets aligned to that plan, and the specific key actions for school year 24-25. So let's dive in on the question around what happens during the listen and learn. This would happen from the time of the announcement of the new superintendent to the official start date on July 1st. This time is spent engaging community members to listen and learn about Fairbanks North Star Borough School District and ensuring a smooth start. What you can see up on the slides is a starting list of who will be engaged. It starts with school board members, families, students, University of Alaska, community groups, elected officials. It's designed to be all-encompassing. The engagement will range from town halls to focus groups, individual and one-to-one, as well as making sure that we are going out into the community so that we're engaging families, we're engaging community members in their offices, their domains as well. And for individuals who can't participate in one of those settings, we have the opportunity for surveys as well. Really trying to capture as much feedback as possible in this. Part of this is also about school visits and taking the time to spend time in school and to get a sense of what's really going on in the buildings and in the classrooms. As a result of this work, I would expect that we again have that report on the key trends as well as the key actions for the first school year. Within the listen and learn, I'm going into it thinking that there's 5 priority areas. Those 5 priority areas are listed on the left of the slide. Building trust, student and staff well-being, teaching, learning, and extracurriculars, leadership, and operations. Within each of those priorities, there's more specific foci that I want to learn about in that engagement. And so what you can see is listed on the right are the starting foci for that first priority area of building trust. And so that is the launch of the listen and learn. That's meeting with community members, that's town halls with school staff, meeting again with our union leaders, looking at how we do internal and external communication within the district, how we collaborate with partners and external partners, and also, and I know this is gonna be a question later, but making sure that we as a group of 8 or 11 take the time to have a couple of retreats and talk about how we want to do effective communication, how we want to work together over the next year and in the future to make sure that we're a successful team of 8. The 1B part of this phase, right? So the first bit's around listening and learning. That July to August is about the start of the school year being really strong. And as you can see there, that flow is taking the listen and learn. Those trends result in 2023-24 key actions. And then that aligns to what we do with leader and teacher professional development and school operations. Again, with a key of making sure that we start off the school year strong, because we know that how we start oftentimes dictates how the rest of the school year goes. That's the main part of the plan. Want to just take 30 seconds, if I can, and just orient you to the other slides. So if you go past where it says additional context, you'll see for each of the priorities, what are the starting foci, right? So slide 10 shows you for building trust, then student and staff well-being. And then if you look at slide 15, it starts to give you a sense of how I would think that we'd want to approach the strategic plan. That's using a leadership team, a cross-functional leadership team of central office, board, school, and community members that serve as the lead for the strategic plan. Supporting that are 5 draft committees that would be doing deeper dive within specific areas. That would end then in that goals and guardrails piece. And then the last slide you have shows you both my theory of action around this as well as the final products. My theory of action is truly that if we want to see continued gains and accelerated outcomes and student success, we need to make sure there's an aligned 5-year strategic plan, aligned goals and guardrails, aligned finance and operations. I'll stop there.
Our question round will start with Ms. Marati.
Thank you, Dr. Scallon, for being here today. The first
Excuse
question,
me, can you hold on so I
Yeah.
can set the clock? Thank you.
are we on?
Do we have signal? Are we ready to go? Go ahead, Ms. Marati.
Thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Scallon. The first question is, how would you build a good working relationship between the board and the superintendent? And please cite examples.
Yeah, so first, I'm proud of the fact that one of the references, one of the individuals I consider a mentor is Dr. Chris McGinley. He was a board member on the School District of Philadelphia. And we've spent many times talking about how do you do effective communication and relationship building between board members and the superintendent. And so I appreciate the feedback he's given. When I was with American Paradigm Schools, we actually supported 4 distinct charter schools. And so we had our own board as well as 4 charter school boards that we also worked with. My role there was the chief academic officer. And so I wasn't working just with one board, but with 5 boards that in some cases had competing interests or desires. My work there was about being really clear and transparent. It started by making sure that we were all clear about what the goals were that we were working towards and what we in the academic office were committing to providing support to those schools. Making sure that we were providing monthly updates to the board so that they knew where we were making progress, as well as where we were facing challenges. I think that when I think about coming onto this board, I think that there is work that I would want to do as we go into the process of having goals and guardrails and a new strategic plan. And that would start by making sure that in the listen and learn time, that we take time to do a board superintendent retreat that would focus on your expectations for me in the first year and around communication, so that I make sure that I know exactly what the expectation is and that we're meeting it. Part of the goals and guardrails and what it pushes you to do is to make sure that all of us are really clear about what are the end outcomes that we're driving towards and how are we making progress on it. One of the things that's really important then is making sure that the superintendent and the central office staff are really clear in the communication about how we're progressing. One of the things that's challenging sometimes in a goals and guardrails process is that there's a lot of information and knowledge at the central office about exactly how things are going. And we have to make that digestible and actionable for board members on that. And so part of it is about making sure that we have really effective communication there as well.
Thank you. The next question is, please provide specific examples of how you have promoted educational programs utilizing communication and public relations skills.
Ms. Moline and I were talking yesterday when we were visiting schools that one of the things that we now ask of educators that we didn't previously ask about was about the ability to market and to sell their program, right? The reality is that education there's more choice in education than there was when I went to school. And so part of the work of a school leader is making sure that folks know all of the great things that are happening. I wish I was better at social media on this. I'm not. It's a growth area. I'll work on it. That said, I work across 40 schools right now. 20 of them are innovation schools. We do a lot of work to promote those schools and to make sure that families know what the options are. We do that through a high school fair that we have, that we put together promotional materials. We offer tours to families. We make sure that families know before they sign up for a school what the academic program is and what the great options they will have there. The second is we're actually going through a review process of that network right now to figure out how we continue to share the best practices. So one of our schools, Vaux High School, absolutely amazing school, partnered with Big Picture. Their students, I've talked about this school a little bit while I've been here, their students go out and do 2 days a week of internships. We have other high schools that are now getting into internships, and we've been able to share some of the best practices and the lessons learned from Vaux to inform other schools. And so that's taking part of that learning and making sure that we share it. I'm also proud of the fact that in our schools, in the Innovation Network, we run a large national conference. It's run out of one of our schools' Science Leadership Academy. It's put on by the principal and CEO there, and it's a national conference where folks come to see both the school as well as participate in sessions. And it's again designed to share the practices and what we've learned.
Thank you, Dr. Scallon. My question's for you. What was one decision that you made in the last year or so that you would reverse or at least reconsider and modify?
I mean, I think there's many, right? I think that one of the things that we do as a school leader is make decisions all the time and then Monday morning quarterback them. And so I'm trying to think about like what's the best example to give you. Let me share one. So one of the schools in my networks is a very small school that supports overage undercredited students, many of them coming out of the justice system. It had been a school that had been struggling for a number of years, and there had been discussions and a question about whether or not we were going to close the school. I was promoting the closing of that school. We ended up making a principal change at that school, and we've actually seen it blossom over the year. And so I think in that case, the original decision wasn't the right decision. And I think in that case, we didn't take the time to really understand what were the root causes, what were the challenges, what were the issues at that school, to make sure that we were then coming up with a solution that actually addressed those pieces. And so that's an example. You know, I talk often that I think one of the key things to making sure that we make good decisions in education is making sure that we take the time to understand the root cause, what are the underlying issues, to make sure that we look at our data, we own our data. And the third is that we're looking at the research. We take the time to understand what the research says, what its downstream implications are of any decision before we make that decision. And when we do that, we end up in a better spot.
Thank you. How would you handle decisions that are unpopular with the public but educationally necessary? And please cite actual examples.
At the end of the day, our work is about making sure that all students are in an environment and in a school where they feel safe, they feel welcome, they feel like they can engage in academics. Our goal is to make sure that all students receive the academics that meet them where they need and that they are successful. And that at times means making unpopular decisions. That's a reality. And so I think the key thing that we have to do before we get into a spot where we're really making unpopular decisions is take the time to build the trust and to build the relationships. We start there, it makes it easier to have conversations. When you don't know how a decision was made, you don't have trust, you're more quickly reacting negatively around the decision. And so we need to take the time to build that trust. The second piece is that there's a reality that decisions, well, we want to be inclusive and we want to have everyone around the table to make the decision. It's not always possible to have everybody around that table. What we have to do there is be really transparent about how we make decisions and how we come to those conclusions, whether that's being really clear about what our mission and vision are, what our core values are, but making sure that we lead with that and are upfront about it. The third piece is about making sure that we're thoughtful about finding a third way. There are times in education where we end up in sort of a dichotomous decision, right? It's either this or it's this. And the reality is that if we really take the time to engage, we can oftentimes find a decision that is not on either end of that. I think that's a really key piece around decisions that we're making, is taking that time to find the third way. I think that part of my job as the superintendent is to make sure that our principals and our schools are able to focus on their work. One of the ways I do that now is I'm working with a new principal, and they went into a hard situation. And they've been doing a phenomenal job, but they went into a hard situation, and we had to make some difficult decisions. I was very strategic about making it clear to the community that those were decisions that I was making, that it didn't fall on the principal to make that decision, because at the end of the day, the principal needs to be able to be in that school and in that community and effectively leading it. And in this case, it made sense that the frustration, the concern about the decision came to me. It's also the case that many times I had deeper relationships with members of that community because I'd been in the role for longer than the new principal.
Dr. Skillen, your next question's, how have you demonstrated support for diversity, equity, and inclusion issues?
I've spent my whole career working in schools that have served underserved students. You know, I shared with you, I think at one point, that I loved school. I loved going to school. I had a great education when I was in school. And when I was a freshman in college, I had the opportunity to volunteer in a school in a lower income part of Philadelphia. And I didn't see the students there getting the same experience and opportunity that I had. And that was what got me on the journey to be in education, because I was originally a business major. And now I'm sitting here in Fairbanks talking about education, right? It's like how the world has changed. So this is my passion. This is about making sure that all students have the same opportunity that I've had. A couple of different ways that we go about that. The first is about making sure that we take the time to disaggregate all of the data that we're looking at. Sometimes when you look at data at a headline level, it looks great. And then when you start to look at it by subgroups, you see that your males are outperforming your females in this area. Your white students are outperforming your Alaskan Native students. And we need to, if we don't disaggregate the data, we won't see that. And so we actually need to do that. One of the schools I work with now, Science Leadership Academy Middle School, phenomenal school. It really is. 2 years ago, we were looking at their grades, and we saw a significant disproportionality. Their students of color had lower grades on average than their white students. The principal did a really effective job of leading that discussion at the school level. So first, making sure teachers were aware. We used a book called Grading with Equity to have conversations around what do our grades communicate. And then we provided targeted support for students of color. Along with this is also about supporting and developing staff to do this work. 4 years ago, I worked with a network of schools in Philadelphia, and it was clear that we needed to tackle some DEI issues. We brought together a group of stakeholders that included our network team, principals, assistant principals, and teachers. And they developed a leadership professional development series. They were the steering committee, and they had 3 different tiers to it. The first was for folks that were new to this work. It was really about looking at their own identity and that self-reflection. For folks that were already on this journey, it was about supporting them to lead some of this work at their school level. And for others who were really on this path, it was about how are they advocating and supporting DEI work at the district level. At the end of the year, our district did a survey of all leaders in the district to see if they felt like they grew as equity leaders. Our network, because of this work, outperformed every other network by over 26 percentage points.
What is your view of school board's role in operation of the district?
I don't know. So I keep saying to myself, I don't know if I should refer to us as a team of 8 or a team of 11, but I think of us as a team. I think of us as a team that if we want to see the district be as successful as it can be, we all have to be operating in harmony with the same goals and in the same direction. That's a reality. Some folks will talk about the fact that, you go to other places and they'll say, look, the board's about policy. And you do policy and the superintendent does day-to-day. I think it's more complex than that. And I think it's more complex than that for a couple of reasons. One, when you go the safe way, you're going to get asked about what's going on. And so we need to make sure that there's effective communication between the central office and the school board around what's going on. To this specific question around the school board's role in the operations of the district, I think over the next year, we are going to really need to dig in and tackle this question, in particular because of the financial challenges within the district. I think that those financial challenges will require us to think broad and innovative and probably leave no stone unturned when we do that. And so I would imagine that we are digging in around exactly this question around what does operations look like in the district. My hope is that we are able to effectively lead and have operational excellence in the district, that you don't feel like you need to be in the day-to-day, right? Our ideal world, my ideal world, is that you know what's going on, you know how we're going about it, and you see a level of success and traction that you don't feel like you need to be in the day-to-day.
Thank you. Describe how you would prioritize equitable access to arts and music instruction, especially in times of tight budget situations.
I think the idea of what you guys are doing as a board is being really strategic and saying in tight times of budget, we're going to be really clear about what our goals are and what our guardrails are. One of the guardrails that we have, because we follow that exact same structure in Philadelphia, one of the guardrails that we have, right? So that's saying to us, this is something that we're not going to put a goal to it, but it's an expectation, is that all students receive arts and music instruction. That's something that as a board in Philadelphia, it has been prioritized. And so we ensure that that is there. That is a starting spot that when we do budget, we work with schools to make sure that that's included, and we actually monitor to make sure that students are receiving it. In cases where the budget is particularly tight, we need to think creatively about what are alternative solutions to this as well, right? A traditional art and music instruction may be about having an art or music teacher in the school. It could be about leveraging community partners and bringing arts into the school in that way, or bringing students to the arts. And so I think that one of the things we need to think about is we need to set it as a guardrail, right? I shared with you my 9-year-old, Annalise, loves art. I would be devastated if she went to a school where she didn't have that opportunity. And so we need to then say, what's the way that we're going to ensure that that happens? And I think that one of the things that I've learned throughout my time in Fairbanks is that there's a number of strong partners and a number of strong community agencies and organizations that if we brought them into this conversation and we said, collectively, we agree that this is a non-negotiable. Kids need art and music. It's essential for their development. I think we'd come up with a solution. And we may come up with a solution that is something that none of us would have thought about, but together we can.
What do you know about our community and school district?
This is a really broad question. We were meeting with the business community yesterday, and Mr. Dorn, I actually think you were in the room when I said this. When you go into an experience like this, right, there are things you know. There are things you don't know. And there are things you don't know, right, that you're going to discover along the way. What I've learned in my time at Fairbanks is whether it is somebody who was born here or somebody who came here and stayed, people love the community. It is a place that, you know, Amy and I, when we've been spending our time and walking around and talking to folks, just it's infectious, right? And when you talk to the students at the schools, they love their schools. And part of what they love, because we particularly talked with high school students, what they loved were the options that they had, right? They can go and they can have an art class, and then they can go to welding, right? I talked to students that have had more experiences in their couple of years in high school than I ever had. And so I know that you're walking into, or I'd be walking into, a warm, welcoming community where people care deeply about their neighbors and about their school. It's also clear that it's a district that is also tackling some hard problems head on. One of those is the financial challenge. And I think that for the financial challenge, we need to think both short term, how's the budget get balanced for next year, as well as long term. When we start to think out to that 5-year piece, and why I ask that we develop that 5-year budget, is we can start to think broader and more creatively about what education looks like. We're also in a district where there are disproportionalities in the data, and there's work to be done there. And so we need to make sure that our programs continue to support all students. And I see so much of that work going on that I think it's actually an opportunity of not starting from scratch, but about building on. In some cases, doubling down on efforts. In some cases, it may be about tweaking some efforts, but I don't think we're starting from scratch there. But I do think we have some work there.
All right, your next question. What are the methods you will use to keep yourself and this board current on important matters?
Can you give me an example of when you talk about current matters? Is that like best practices in education, or is that like how we're progressing towards our goals?
I think, to be fair, we're going to have you interpret it.
Great, that makes it, okay. That makes it a little more fun. So the way I'm gonna interpret this, because at the end of the day, I'm a results-oriented leader, right? I'm about making sure that we're seeing improvement in outcomes for students. So I'm gonna take this about how are we making sure that we're staying on track for what we're identifying as our goals and guardrails. Later on afterwards, if we wanna talk about educational research and conferences, certainly, but for now, let's stick to the current important matters. So I think the first thing is making sure that we're all in agreement about what those are. I think that happens in our definition of our goals and our guardrails. The second piece is being really clear about how we're going to go there. I think that comes in our strategic plan. The third piece is about making sure that you know where we're on that, how we're progressing on that journey. I think that comes from being really transparent in monthly board meetings and doing what we'd call progress monitoring, where each month we would be sharing out with you how we're progressing towards one of the goals or one of the guardrails, so you know exactly where that is. That progress monitoring can look at both the key actions as well as actually some of the lead measures, right? So I think the district uses MAP right now as an internal assessment piece. It tells us how students are progressing towards end-of-year assessments. And so what you could expect to see at a monthly board meeting is us sharing out, here's what our most recent MAP assessment told us, so you know where we're at academically, as well as here are the key actions that we committed to. So in K-3 reading, we committed to implementing a new phonics program, and here's where we're at with that. And so you can see both the actions as well as the outcomes as they lead towards it. The other piece is that despite all of that, right, we want to make sure that in the whirlwind of our work that we're focused on the goals and guardrails. There's also going to be times where something comes up, right? There's an ambulance at one of the high schools, and you're going to get asked about it. And so one of the key things there is to make sure that you are aware. And so that is about timely communication. That is about sending out the message to everyone here of heads up, there is an ambulance at the high school. Here's what I know right now. I'll provide you more of an update later, right? I think that one of the things that we'll figure out in our relationship is exactly what the grain size of the communication should be. But my gut is we're going to start with you getting more communication than you want and then asking for it to pull back. And so I think that there's about that immediate, so you know, and then there's about sort of that end of week summary, so you know what happened over the week, so you're aware, and then the monthly board meeting that's doing progress monitoring.
What is the financial condition of this district? And what approach will you take to grow a budget that provides an excellent and equitable education for all students?
So there's no sugarcoating. The district's in a tough financial position. And we need to go into this with our eyes wide open and aware of that. There's a piece that part of our work as a board and as a superintendent is around advocacy. And that's about sharing the story of what's going on here and why an investment is a good investment from the state. And so there is a piece that is around advocacy at the state level. There's a piece that's around advocacy at the borough level. The borough level is obviously our local funding partner on this, and we need to make sure it's clear to them that when we go to them and ask for additional investment, what they're actually investing in. And so I think there's a piece there around growing it. There's also a reality that after that advocacy, we need to make sure that we come back, develop a balanced budget, and have that budget aligned to our strategic plan and produce outcomes for students. So I think that one of the things that is a challenge is COVID funds, right? Put in this injection of money. And in some cases, like if you go into an ideal world, you can spend that money on non-reoccurring costs, right? But when your situation's really financially hard, you end up spending some of it just to patch holes and staff. And part of that challenge is it kicks the can down the road a little bit for when the financial challenges really happen. And so that's why I think it's so important to make sure that beyond the advocacy, we're making sure that we have that 1-year budget and that 5-year budget. And I know that some folks will say that we don't know what the BSA will be or what the borough will provide in 5 years. I still think we can project, and I think we can map out what that looks like and actually be able to build that plan that communicates to people that we're being good stewards for their funds. And speaking of that piece around the good stewards, I think one of the things we need to commit to with our financial partners is if we're asking them for funding, that we're also sharing with them how we're using it and what the impact is. Part of that is around the strategic plan. Part of that's about being really transparent about how we're holding ourselves accountable to using those funds to drive outcomes for students.
Thank you. As superintendent, you will have assistant superintendents, executive directors, and principals working with you. How will your leadership create an environment that is student-centered while utilizing the strengths of your leadership team?
So right now I work with 2 networks of schools. Each of those networks each of those networks have teams. They have teams of executive director, central office support staff, and principals. And what we do as a team is to make sure that we're really clear about what are the outcomes we're driving towards and what are the supports that we need to hit those, right? At the end of the day, I really think it's important for our central office teams and our network teams to understand that we're in service of schools. That doesn't mean that it's just principals telling us what they need, right? There's a mutual accountability there is what that really means. Is that we're committing to holding them accountable for the outcomes and them holding us accountable for the aligned supports that they can hit it. With the cabinet, for the network teams I work with right now, the way that we do that is we use what I call a scoreboard. We have a scoreboard that talks about the data for each of our schools so we can see where schools it's excelling and we should be celebrating, and where a school may be struggling and need more additional support. Doing that in team meetings allows us to all know where we need to target and prioritize support for our schools. The second piece that doing it that way is we're also in a spot where we have limited resources. If everybody knows what our goals are, where we're on track, where we're off track, it's not about one department needing more funds than another. They all understand why we're making the trade-offs and the decisions that we're making. It's also the case that, in the schools I work with and in the schools we visited, each school is different. And many times that school and that personality is based on the personality of their school leaders, right? And you could get that sense when we walked into the different schools, a little flavor of who that principal is. And so my work with principals is about making sure that we're providing them professional development and support that is helping them to be the best principal that they can be. That means that they're not going to be mini Ryans, but they're going to be really great in their own way, building on their own strengths. How do we do that specifically? At the beginning of each year with my principals, we sit down and we talk about their individual growth plan. We talk about, for the components we evaluate on, where they feel like they're particularly strong, where they want to focus, and what support they need. That then allows me to target my support when I do walkthroughs and when I visit schools to be able to provide that support. In this role, I want to make sure that I'm a superintendent that's really visible in schools and in the community and folks know me, and also making sure that I'm providing that training for our executive directors and assistant superintendents so that they're providing similar support.
Given the remoteness of our location, how will you deal with limited resources such as staff, post-secondary training, and students?
It's like you're both remote and you have very much like a self-serving community, right? You have the University of Alaska Fairbanks. You have this wonderful partner that's right here in our back door, right? Shoot, in our house, and providing support. And so I think there's ways to think about, first, how do we leverage the partners that are here with us and in this community? The second is that COVID and the boom of virtual has really allowed us to think broader about this, right? If you went back 5 years ago and you heard about students doing an exchange program or a language program, it'd be rare, but you'd sometimes hear about it happening online. You'd be like, wow, that's like novel. Now it's everywhere. And so there's an opportunity to really be thoughtful about how we leverage those things. I think that starts by really getting at what the need is. Oftentimes when I go and I work with partners, because we have a lot of partners in our network, if we just go to them and say, hey, we want to partner with you, we need your support, it actually doesn't result in a great relationship. They're not usually sure exactly how to tap in and partner. When we go to them and we say, hey, here's the problem we're trying to solve. Can you help us solve this? We actually get a lot stronger a partnership and a relationship around that. And so when it comes to the idea, let's just work through each of these here for a second. When it comes to the idea of limited resources for staff, we know that the most important thing for student success is the teachers in their room. So we need to make sure that we have a high quality, world-class teacher in every classroom. That's both pipeline, development, and retention pieces. I currently partner with local universities to make sure that the principals in my network get sort of first bite at the apple around meeting those candidates, right? That's a little bit the competitiveness in me, but that's also the fact that we also deal with a shortage, and so we need to deal with that. In terms of post-secondary training, I think that's really exciting. We had the opportunity to go to the Pipeline Training Center yesterday and see one example of it. I think the thing I would encourage is that we actually blur the line between secondary school and post-secondary training. One of the things that we know when we look at students is there's actually this, what we call this opportunity student who, once they graduate from high school, may not get directly connected into a post-secondary institution or into a job training. And when we're really successful as a district, we actually are able to start that training while they're still with us, while they still have the support of the high school. And we're really intentional about support for them post that. And so I think that we just need to think about post-secondary training being a continuum that starts before graduation.
Thank you. Describe your view of special education. What do you see as the role of the superintendent in overseeing and implementing this program?
My commitment is to make sure that we are supporting the success of all students. And all here truly means all. And so for that, it is about making sure that we have the best special education classrooms that we can have. That starts, right? So one of the things with students who have IEPs is they have goals and supports listed right there in their IEP. And so we need to make sure that they're high quality IEPs and that we're actually using those goals and supports to really drive the educational experience that those students have. And so I view overseeing special education the same way I view overseeing math or extracurriculars. It is a core part of the work. It's also part of the work that's oftentimes like most forgotten. And that's really sad. And so we need to make sure that special education remains a focus. How do we do that? Right now, we do that in a couple of ways. So one is when we look at disaggregated data, we talk about how are our students with IEPs progressing? And are we seeing them have growth? And are we providing them with aligned supports to do that? The second piece is around being able to clearly define what a high quality program looks like. And this is where I'm not an expert, right? I lean on our special education director in our network, but we have conversations around what does a classroom look like that's really effective for serving students on the autism spectrum. And then we go into those classrooms and make sure that students are getting those resources, getting that educational experience that we know will have impact. I think too often when school leaders visit schools or even in their own school, these are the classrooms that they often skip. And one of the things that I was really proud of and admired when I was here is that when we went to Lathrop, the principal insisted that we went into those classrooms and had a level of pride. And so one of the things that I want to make sure of as superintendent is that that pride exists across all 32 schools and that we really have that type of program. The other piece to this is, we haven't talked about parents a ton in our time here, but this is where we really need to think about what's the partnership with parents. They know their son, daughter better than we do. We really need to partner with them in this because this is not just academics that happens when they're with us, but it's stuff that continues on in the home and for a lifetime. And so we need to really be thoughtful about that.
I'm so sorry. Do you have any questions for us?
I mean, if I can take the liberty and just say, I don't have any specific questions. I have really appreciated the process and the way the process has been designed. The process has allowed, both you guys to look under the hood, not just kick the tires, but for me to get a sense of really the district and the community. And I'm walking away truly inspired and excited about the challenge. I think what you guys have built here is something that I could join and help move forward, and that's something that's really exciting. I've had the opportunity throughout all of this to meet the other candidates as well, and one of the things that sort of struck me when I was at the end of the forum yesterday is just the number of members of the community that came up and just said, wow, we have 3 really great candidates. And they were really excited about that. I think that speaks to both the strength of the process, the thoughtfulness of this, and I just want to acknowledge that. and, share that you have, as I said, three great candidates. One of the things that I think we sometimes face when we face really challenging decisions and finances, the return from COVID push onto challenging decisions, is sometimes it's helpful to have another perspective. And so my commitment would be to be able to bring that different perspective while also really honoring all of the great things that are already here and making sure that we're building on the success of Fairbanks North Star Borough School District if I had the opportunity to join. And so I just want to thank you guys for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Scanlon. We appreciate you coming before our board and for your presentation. We will contact all of our finalists once we come back from our lunch recess and go into our deliberations. So we ask that you refrain from being on YouTube or your phone. Just keep it handy so that you'll receive a call from us. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah. Have you picked a place for lunch yet?
We're actually going to the hot springs.
Thank you.
We're in recess.
No, I just need to give further instructions
Okay.
that we will recess for lunch. We'll recess for lunch and we'll reconvene at 1:20 where we will go into our executive session and deliberations. We are recessed for lunch. Thanks. like to reconvene our meeting. At this time, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Move to go into executive session to discuss school board candidates. I didn't know if we had it on the agenda. The proper thing.
Second.
I think we have to read the proper one. Move to convene into executive session to compare and contrast candidates, matters which may tend to impact the reputation and character of a person.
Second.
We're now into keep us business, business.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Second.
Move to appoint Luke Minor as superintendent for the 2023-2024 school year, pending contract approval at the March 7th, 2023 regular meeting.
Second.
And do we do a roll call or? Okay. Ms. Richardson, would you call for the vote?
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carried.
thank you. Throw it up. You're done. Okay. Are there any closing comments or the board or Mr. Dorn?
I just want to thank all three of our candidates. They really put a lot of time and effort and care into our community. It was a solid pool, and we want to congratulate Mr. Meinert on being selected as our next superintendent.
Ms. Barnett?
I would also like to thank each and every one of the candidates who came, all the candidates who applied. I'd like to thank all of the superintendents that came, our candidates that were here, all of our admin, our board. I'd also like to say how very proud I am of our board and how hard this decision was and how much it took to come to this decision. And we are very proud, and congratulations, Luke.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes, I would like to think we had excellent candidates that applied from the get-go all the way through to our finals. And thank you so much to both Dr. Scallion and Mr. Hauser for coming to Fairbanks and seeing our community and considering working for us. And congratulations to Luke. I hope the community knows that this decision was hard for us and that it wasn't undertaken lightly. I'm sorry, excuse the tears, I cry very easy. And we took it very seriously. So please know that this wasn't a pre-entered idea. We seriously considered the choices we were making and the income or the impact they would have on our community. And I feel confident that we have made a good decision.
Ms. Matheson?
I just wanted to thank everyone that did apply. I wanted to thank everyone that came up to visit Fairbanks, and I wanted to thank the whole board. The conversations that we had were very respectful. The listening that had to happen so that we could be respectful. I just really appreciate all of the hard work, all of the respect that we have for each other, and I'm super grateful for you guys.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We are now adjourned.